Test. Okay. Hey everyone. Lazy Ben. Alright. Let's get back onto this content cache stuff. Okay, so one of the things is why we're rendering this square here. I want to work on. Don't think that should be happening. If we go to this prefab, what I might do, just delete everything in there, rerun this. Draw some more floor back in. No layer selected. So we get this thing up here, this square up here. Somewhere that's being drawn somewhere. Sprite sheet tile renderer. This is what does the drawing. So is it this type of thing? Okay. Content brush path data. So this is getting drawn. Yeah, so this is sprite window. Yes, this is sprite window content data. So this is getting drawn properly. It's here. So it's not getting drawn there. Someone's drawing a texture in world though. Sprite sheet tile renderer for sprite sheet grass. Okay, that's weird. Oh, so we're just testing it if it's. We have to test if the type. So the brush has a type in it, so sprite sheet tile, and then it needs a data type as well. Does the instance have the data type in it? It does. So the instance is a sprite sheet window, and it has to match Really, it needs to match the brush type. The brush data type. We don't store the data type in the brush though. I think it's if brush content is type T. It might not be that. It might be the content. Let's see anyway. So the brush's content is sprite sheet tile content. So it's the brush's content. It is sprite sheet tile content, so it's the contents data. That's what we want. Content data is type. T. So the content sprite sheet normal. So that should hopefully fix that. There we go. That square's gone now. Good. And then we have a crash when we undo as well. So let's see if we can replicate that. So let's just draw this back in down there and then undo it, and we have a crash. So it's here. Whatever content is. So this is content, brush instances. So let's just have a look there. So when we're trying to get brush instances out of the step, and that's saved a bit weird as well. That could have been to do with the crash though. Ooh, that's weird. It's not deleted. Must have deleted the wrong thing then. Well, let's go to Notepad. Test.prefab. We didn't save it. It's weird how Notepad will just let you shut without saving the document. There we go. They'll let you close down the document without saving it. Okay. Maybe we actually just want to draw something. We go to undo it. So we want to add the new content in. There's a lot of stuff. So it's brush instances. ID, position, origin, see bias, shadow bias, reflection bias, layer ID, lighting, data type. And then we're going to write the brush's data. Okay, because that, I think that is because that is meant to be, no, that is right. So I thought that meant to be brush data, but that is right. Okay, so it's when we're kind of reading and writing these things, we have a problem, I think. Okay, well, we didn't actually write the content in there, the content brush instance in. That never got fired. Weirdly. It's not writing it in properly. What is the brush's data type? Sprite window content data. Try that again. So it's this. For each type, is it calling this for each type? Maybe not. Oh, it is. So what is X? Type is X. Sprite window content data. This is sprite window content data, and it doesn't unwrap it. That's the cause of the crash right there. It doesn't unwrap it properly. This is sprite window content data. What is X? X is const sprite window content data. Oh, it's wrapped tuple element sprite window content data. Okay, so this needs to be this. So that's going up to this one in theory. So this does do wrap tuple element. It doesn't just send in the type, which we need to do because we don't actually want to construct it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, hopefully that fixes the undo redo. We'll see. Let this build, and then hopefully we can move on with no crashes. Or no known crashes anyway. Okay. So put floor in. So it's minus 1,000. It's a brush. We do this, and then we undo it, redo it, do that. Ooh, that didn't work. Does eventually work. So it's undoing a couple of those. Okay. Right. What's causing that then? Okay, so that's there should be it's pretty hard to like debug that. Okay, that's so what do the what does this look like? Save that. There's 8 apparently. So we've got 8 masks. I think what we need to do is see how many masks we've got before So we do that. Still got 8 masks. Do that, save it. We've got 0 sources now. Do that, save. 9 masks. Let's see if we can do this. 8 masks there, and if we draw up there and save it, got 14 masks. If we undo that, we have to draw something that doesn't undo properly. There we go. So we'll save that. Got 14 masks. Undo. Back to 8, so it's the drawing, I think, that is incorrect. I think what's actually happening is that is a tile. So it's just removing the tiles, but we've actually painted into this tile. So it doesn't actually remove this tile. This one, which is here somewhere, which includes a bit of here and all of this. So when we undo it, we actually have to undo what was in the image as well. My Fu Manchu, hey, good morning. Hope you're alright. Hope you have a good day. Okay. So we need to actually undo the alpha mask. Right. Okay, that's the source of the problem. So right now we're just getting the image out. When we call undo, we're not actually undoing what's in the image. Good. What are you working on today? Anything exciting? So how do we want to handle this? I don't really want to store the image directly in the mask. Right now, I just want to store a path to the image. Need to come up with a cool way to actually undo what was in the image as well. Code generation tool. Ah, right. Oh, that's really cool. Nice one. Yeah. That's really cool. I think what I'm going to be working on today is, so I've got this content cache which manages all the content for the editor, and you just point to paths in the cache and get the data out. But if you want to actually undo what you did, you can only really undo this path at the moment. It would be nice to undo the data it points to as well. So if you want to move back a step, I'll be working on trying to come up with a cool way. I could just store the actual content in here, which is in alpha mask in this case, as the data in here, and undo that. But I don't really want to do that. So I have to work out how to do that. How many objects the game has? Fields per objects. How often the data changes. Ah, right. Yeah. Cool. How am I going to do this then? First of all, where even is the undo? Here. So it's when we actually want to serialize data, the content data, whatever that happens to be. It's quite a hard problem. Yeah, no problem, my Fu Manchu. Happy coding. Hope it goes alright for you today. Hope you're feeling a bit better with your chest. Oh, nice one. Yeah, good to have some time off when you're poorly. Sleep until 2 PM. Nice. Hope you're feeling better after that. Hey. So this might need a new kind of type. For this. Something like content path. Rather than just a string. Because then we can say how we specifically serialize a content path. That might be the way to go. All right. All these alpha masks getting generated. We also need to figure out a way to delete unneeded alpha masks as well. Because we don't ever delete them, I don't think, at the moment. So we'll just make a clean, fresh start here. So this is essentially going to be in the content cache. Might need to make this its own thing because I don't want to include the content cache everywhere. And I just want to use content path. So let's make a content path. H. See how far we get this. Just make it a struct, really. So what we do want is the actual file. And then we kind of want a custom serialization. So it's only the binary, in binary though. So we'll just copy this. And we'll just serialize the file for now. And then we'll just do operator W string view. Return file. Get view like this, and we'll just leave it at that, and we'll include content path in here. And then the alpha. Wherever that is. Sprite window alpha mask. So where did we just actually include that? Probably in the wrong place. Here. So this here, not here, where are we? The alpha mask is content path. Let's just see what compiler is that generates. Right. So this just allows us to, we're going to load the content when we serialize it out of the content cache and then serialize that as well. Stop the build though. It's not stopping. There we go. We need an equals constructor and an equals. And that's just file equals strut. Turn this. I wonder if you just inherit off string, really. Like this. See how far we get with that. W, well, auto for say path equals dynamic cast. Oops, see if I can actually do that. Still need the operator. And that doesn't work for some reason. Even though it is a string. It has to be public there as well. So it's not allowing it to go up to W string for some reason. If you say string type is content path, maybe it just can't do that. Can't work it out. Okay. Let's go back to what we originally had. Which I kind of prefer anyway. And this is just path.file. File. So this could probably be called content now. There's so many things called path though. And everywhere where there's path here. Well, this is going to get saved differently anyway, so may as well just delete that. Maybe it should be called path. Yeah, I'll take that back. I'm going to call it path. Path.file. So now what we can do, well, we'll get this compiling first. Is we can just send this through a different serializer. Now it's a different type. I'm wondering why it just cannot detect, because this is templated as well. It just cannot cast it to a string itself. Ensure exists can accept any string type, but I don't actually specifically tell it what string types. It's allowed to accept and it can't convert it to any of them. So as long as this builds, just use it. No, it's not there. That's not the error. wherever this comes from, which is here. Okay. So we do actually need a serializer for it as well, like a text serializer for it. This is just path, and then this file, file, and yeah, this will happen in here then. What I might do is not template this so I can get it into a CPP file. So I don't want to include content cache here really. I'm going to have to use it. Okay. So let's just draw on the floor again. Save that. So now they're coming through as content paths with a file, which is great, which is what I want. Let's check this loads as well. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to actually not template this. Specifically attach it to the concrete writer and reader type. Layout readers and no, it's not the layout readers. Which one is it for the binary? Let's just check. Just type into there. It's something that will trigger the undo redo. Nothing is doing it. Oh, there we go. Where are we then? Just binary reader, binary writer, I think. So binary writer, binary reader. So we don't need the reader and writer template now. Let's check that builds. Oh. Does it have to be like this? Our reader needs endianness, which is just little endian. Okay, that seems good. So let's make a source file. Send all those into the source file, and send those into the source file as well. Doesn't really recognize, there we go, the hotkeys for when I do these specializations. It doesn't quite understand. Makes it a little bit wrong. Puts these things in, for instance, which I don't think is even valid. C++. Okay. So now I can include the content cache here. And we can actually, when we write in, we want to go if auto data or content or whatever equals cc get. It doesn't know the asset type though. So content cache 2 can do get content just on the path, right? File. Path.file. And it is kind of wrapped in there what it is. So we can, in theory, scan through all the different allowed types of content and see which one it is. So it returns something called an asset content, and we can check if we have is any type in a tuple. We want is type really as well. I'll just try and wrap. Interesting, it's only got 8 storage. Oh, because it's just storing a pointer, isn't it? Anyway, we'll see what it's storing. Okay. So the content is image base. It's a weak pointer to image base, which is an image. So we need to do, I think we can just do writer content like that. See if that works. writer.write. That's where I'm going wrong. It's asset content. I don't need to get out the content first. So we do want try and wrap in the content. So we want template class, not is asset type, T, opt ref, T, try and wrap. And that's if auto pointer equals data, what do we call it? Storage. Try and wrap weak pointer to T. I think it's that. So we could do if auto data try and wrap image right. We'll just put image for now. We just want to write the image. Obviously we can't, there's lots of different types of content. We can't just say it's image. But we can scan through all the allowed types of content. Which is just asset types, I think. See if this works first. So it is image. So we can just straight up write the image. Okay, so for each type, editor asset, editor types. You can just say using T, standard decay, T, decal type of X type, like that. And then this becomes T. So we're just scanning for all the possible asset editor types. No, it's not that. It's asset types. All the different types of asset. Okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that's the right tuple to go on. So what it's saying is it doesn't know how to write a light file. You should know how to write a light file, I think. In binary. It does. So is this the problem right here? Yeah. An undefined type. Oh, I think it's just because this needs to include asset editor types. Perhaps. Editor asset types. Where is light file? Actually. Oh, it's because it's forward declared there. Where is light file actually declared? Sprite sheet editor. Yeah. Cutscene editor. Needs to know about all the actual different types I can work on. We want prefab editor, control editor, written editor. Okay, let's build all that and then just see if this is just a general case now. Should work on every single asset type. Oh, correct. There we go. Image. Okay, cool. So we need to do the same for kind of read. If result is equal to okay. We need to basically get the content out, unwrap it, and then do auto result equals reader, not read, like this. So if we're writing the data, then we're reading it back. So this is like reading it back out of the some kind of buffer. This is writing it to some kind of buffer. If we're reading it back out, we probably if the result is okay, probably need to resave it. So we need to just do like content cache 2. Let's save file.path. Like that. This is quite challenging. Well, for image files. Oh, I don't really have a lot of code for. I have to detect. Well, it's not challenging. I just haven't written the actual generic save for image. Where it detects the extension. I've got the load where it detects the file extension, not the save. So we could just do like content make dirty or something. So we've gotten stuff out of the content cache and then we're changing it. If we change it successfully, I have to say make dirty so the content cache can then go and save that content to disk again. Okay. So we'll do it directly on the content cache again. Now we'll do it on asset content. So we want void make dirty. So what does asset content have? It doesn't have the file name. So either we store the file name in there, or we do it directly on the content cache and pass in. We can say make dirty on a file name. In which case We have refresh content, save content. Like that. That will resave that path to disk if it's in the cache. Is that the best way to do it? We've got get ID. So maybe this could be on the ID. Then it's guaranteed to be in the cache already. So I'm pretty sure get ID will only return the ID of something that's in the cache. Calls get asset. I know it will make the asset as well. I think we'll just go with this. So this will just be standard optional. We'll just return the ID if it's saved it or not. So what does get ID do? Well, we could just do const w string view path. So it could be a bunch of IDs actually. So that should be, because a path could refer to multiple assets depending on different options. Well, we'll just say if not path, return false. Then we want to just basically do a similar thing to this, except we want to do auto assets, asset in assets in container. Assets where I've got path hash, I think equals path hash. So for all those assets, check that builds. Nope. So containers assets. This file. This file path hash. So basically, where all the paths are equal to the path we sent in, we want to save it. Which is more difficult to, like, how does the load happen? So we have different we have, okay, okay, we have different overrides for how to actually say, how to actually handle the different types of asset. That's how it works. So most of them what does construct do? Read from file. Write to file, wav sound. Writer. Okay. So we need a method for each of those. So it'd be something like bool write. Basically this. Or write to file. And I think we're only going to actually do it for images at the moment because that's all we're bothered about. So what we need is we need a concept to just can write to file. That's it. I'll just can write. That's it. Editor asset, asset. What it? Editor asset to file. To file. So we actually do want to send in the path as well. Asset path options. All right. So we'll put a breakpoint there. The goal is to just end up in here if it's an image asset. So we have in here, we need the container type. So I think this needs to be container result. If not result, result equals container, right, set to file. Path. There's no real options at the moment. We'll put in a hole just in case we need to. So the container itself needs to do this. They're both const. So we need the path hash as well. So the container, we have the type, we have the asset. So we can do the test type even, the asset type. So we can say it's the asset, isn't it? So we say if const expr not and then this return false. That's just return true. So this is asset right to file path options, I think. Asset content path options. It's a weak pointer. So it's this. See if that builds. So this returns a bool as well. What does that mean then? Because there could be multiple assets that could write. Some of them could pass, some of them could fail. I think we're going to say could make it return actually U32 or a size T or something. This is just like how many we did. This is just result. So if that worked, result plus plus return result, and then this also couldn't it? Just basically that. And then the content cache. That returns a size T. So that's like how many assets got saved, essentially. Oops. So let's return editor assets at save like this. So it goes to there. If there's no path, we can't return false, really. Return result. There we go, we just write the asset to file. If we can't do it, we return 0. If we can do it, we try and do every single one. Has the same path. There we go. So let's just build that. Before we do that, let's put in on the content path now. It's not content make dirty. It's content cache 2. Save content path.file. Cool. So obviously now when we call save content, wherever that is in the content path, this does actually return like how many assets got saved, but it doesn't matter about what type of asset it is. You don't have to worry about it. Asset write to file. Okay, so asset doesn't have a right to file. It's the desk. Is it desk? Content brush generator. So this needs to actually be else. It's still getting compiled. The compiler's still looking at it. This will stop the compiler looking at it, hopefully, and let it compile. There we go. So in theory now, we can just, we'll end up in that breakpoint where we have to save the image. Press undo, I think. That'll work. Need to get in this situation where we're needing to read content. There we go. We didn't end up there. Save content. Save. For all this options stuff. So what is the type that we're in now? Image. Okay, so that concept failed. Write to file. Oh. It's because the signature doesn't match. It's like this. Let's try that again. Hey Con, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Alright. Hopefully we end up there now. There we go. So it's like save this image to this path. We don't actually have a saved file where you pass in just a file name. We do have read from file where you just pass in a file name. We don't have save to file or write to file. So this is probably in the image view. Write to file, where you just pass a file name. write to file. We also need a write to memory, basically, when you do this as well. Okay. Type. There's no writer. It's essentially that. So this needs to do some kind of checking. We don't have... I'm not going to attempt to write a PSD file. What are on image? PSD, TDS, IMF32. So we can do some of these. We can't really do DDS. We could do BC7 by default. Okay. So we'll stick that in there. And what do we want? DDS IMF32. My PSD this time. If is DDS, bool result is equal to write to memory DDS image writer. We'll just do BC7 by default. Path. Is IMF32. IMF32 image writer path else STB image writer. There isn't a general STB image writer. TGA image writer path. Wow. Do we have a PNG image writer as well? Or BMP image writer. Okay, so I'll do bool is TGA, bool is PNG. We need to actually associate it with an extension, really. This needs to be a little bit better. Done a little bit better. Maybe we do that now. Lovely dedication. Oh yeah, cool, man. Yeah, if you need any help or anything, let me know. Yeah, graphics programming's it's fairly difficult, but it's really fun. Sorry if you wrote that a while ago. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I'd like Stream Elements to, or Streamlabs, to put a little time code next to each message so I can see how late I am replying. What dependencies? For graphics, DirectX 12, that's it. That's it for yeah, basically. I use some image loaders. I use STB image as well for loading images. Or for loading some images, some formats of images. Like, you know, PNGs and stuff. But yeah, let me know if you want any help or you want to chat coding, that's no probs. Yeah, this is kind of a bit nasty really, but it'll be fine. How long have I been working on this? So the game, the engine is maybe about 2 years. The game started in January, so that's coming up to like 7 months. But I stopped working on the game beginning of July to finish off the engine before I start going into proper production with the game. So that's why I'm like doing a lot of this engine stuff now. To do with brushes and content caches and all that stuff. Once that's done, that's done. This is going to be the final design for it. I'm not going to change it after this, hopefully. That's the goal anyway. Don't want to change it midway through making a game. Right. Else if const expert. No. So is TGA equals extra is equal to dot TGA is PNG is BMP. I would probably do this differently these days rather than listing them all out. I don't think I'm going to really support. I might put more custom image formats in, like this IMF32, but maybe not. TGA. Like all these are is just different encoders paired with different extensions, so you could see how easy this would be to actually just generalize. So you don't need to keep doing these big lists. Right. Could probably just return that as well. So we support all those different image formats for writing right now. That'll be fine. So what that means here then is we can just go img write to file path. Oh. Okay, allocator. Where's this allocator come from? So the image view itself doesn't have an allocator attached to it. How do we want to do this then? I think all we're gonna do is just say the global heap. Both of those. So it doesn't know about these encoders either. Okay. Include BC DDS writer. Include IMF32 image reader writer. Include TGA image writer. Include PNG image writer. Include PMP image writer. See if that can build. This is going to be a problem because this includes image view. Right, okay. Yeah. Yep. Can't do that. Which means it kind of needs to go down into the image rather than in the view. It is a shame. Because you can't write a view to memory. You have to put it into another image, which means copying the memory. Or it means making like a different class. What are we passing in here? Because all I really want it for at the moment is this. And this is an image. So we could put it in the image class. For now. And then worry about it later when we want to worry about it later when we actually want to write a view, when we don't know what encoding we want to use. Where's the right stuff? There isn't one. It's a good place to have it then. That built now. So you don't know about the TGA stuff. We're allowed to include writers in here now. I think. Oh, we have our allocator in here as well, which is good. Okay, so we need to do that weird thing where we have to include so that's just looking at the images right to file rather than the parent, which is the image view. How does this even work? This. Is it using? Not using. What's the word? can't remember what it is. I'm doing it in the editor somewhere. I can't remember what it's called. Where you want to actually allow a base class of the same name, a base class method of the same name. Where do I do it? Some kind of renderer? Give me my renderer. Give me my canvas. It's not using. Let's have a look on the internet. But same name, different arguments. It's using. It is using. Okay. So it's using. Check exactly what they. Okay, I wonder if we need all this template stuff. Using image write to file of the base. Image is not a class name. Image view even. And write to memory as well. Oh look, yeah, it's write to memory. Path buffer. It's obviously not path buffer. Buffer path. Is path buffer. Okay. Oh, James, hey, thanks for the follow. Hope you're alright. Got any questions? Let us know. It's getting mixed up here. So it's path, buffer, write to memory. Path, buffer. Which one does it think it is? So that's correct. Writer. It's calling this one. That's a problem. Let's call this one. Need to actually do some template stuff to make sure it calls that one. If I can't figure this out. So if I call this like write to memory 2, can it figure it out? It should be able to. No, for some reason. So what am I doing wrong then? It's like the arguments are the wrong way around. So it's the buffer's being sent in, the string's being sent in as the buffer. Write to memory 2. Path, buff. Okay, let's write to file 2 then. The save. Write to file. Please write to file 2. Okay, I'm getting this completely mixed up for some reason. It thinks that is a string. It thinks that is a string. So I've obviously got a typo. Okay, so that builds. So let's change this back to write to memory, write to file, write to memory, write to file. Okay, so that's trying to go to the base class. So using image view write to file. Raw image writer. Oh. I think it's because these technically are the same. The view version is technically the same. And again. Okay, that worked. So it's one. The problem is now getting it to work with one of these. So I actually want to call the base classes version. So I think you can do that. It's going to want to call this one and get a compile error. Um, I wonder if you have anything in string. Say like this needs to be a string. Not really, no. So if we knock that out and put W string view, we don't need any of these anymore. Or encoding. And that's just next, make lower. This will of course now only work with wide strings. Can't do make lower. So that needs to actually be a string. Still getting it wrong. This is so confusing now. Oh no, this is passing in the wrong thing, man. That's why. Okay, take that all back. Knew it was a typo. This actually has to be buffer. There we go. That took me too long to figure out, man. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was passing in the file name when I wanted to write to memory. Here, look. I need to actually pass in the buffer that I want to write to, not the actual path of the file. Okay, so let's just see then. Now we finally got through that. If we can just rewrite this to file now. You have to decide if that's really what we want to do in the content path. Resave the content. This is good for undo redo. In other situations where you want to binarily serialize, when you want to read from a buffer, I suppose you do want to do this. Yeah. So we want DDS image writer. You do want to do this. Because you're getting content out of the cache and then you're assigning new stuff to it. So you really have to resave it. Because it's meant to be, there's meant to be one copy. There's meant to be only one representation of that content in the cache. If you don't resave it, when you load it back up again, it'll load the old image off disk because you didn't save over it. I think that's going to be fine. And the real test if this works is when I press undo, it should undo that image and save it to disk. BMP image writer. So we just really want to test this new save thing. So basically this is just like save image to disk based on the extension in the path, really. This music's too... Music's too outrageous, man. Alright. If this works, I'm going to have a cup of coffee. It's going to be awesome. Right. Draw it in. We undo. That means we need to write this back. Oh, I don't have the JMC. I don't have the, so I have this JMC thing, which is step filter. I need to actually make sure that that's not turned on so I can step into this code. Okay, undo. So we're going to rewrite this to the path. Go write to memory. It's a TGA file. TGA image writer. There we go. Write that to disk. Okay, happy with that. So let's turn this JMC back on. Test the undo redo. Now. Let's turn off any breakpoints. Yep. Okay. So we're going to make a new layer. Floor. And then we'll pick the floor tile. Set it to be a brush. Z bias minus 1000. So we're going to do this. And we're going to do this. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Content brush thing didn't work. Should work though. Should call it content path, sorry. So we're writing it in. And then we're going to read it out again. So do this. So we're going to write it in the old state. Let's try that again. Really want this coffee, man. So now we're going to write what's in this image into the writer 8 times. Or how many other tiles there are. Okay, so we're calling a write again Yeah, we're writing in the new state. And now we're going to do the read out of the old state. Oh, that alarm's going off. Always blooming testing the fire alarm in this building. So we want 533.tga to save. So can we order them by details, date? Did that save? Looks like it didn't save. These are ordered by date. Okay. .tga. Write to file 45.tga. It's not writing it. That's what's going on. Don't think. So that needs more debugging. So I'll turn this JMC thing off again. Let's just take off all these. Keep all the layers. Delete all the alpha masks. So this is to do with here. This seems to have not worked. This right. .89.tga. Buff is empty. That's probably just empty because it got destructed. Test alpha masks 29.tga. So do I see, if I press undo, do I see any of these change? Oops. Yeah, they do change. They are changing, look. they're not actually showing up in there as new content by the looks of things. So that one there, I would say, is this this one here. Oh, lost it now. Yeah, that one there is this one here. So it's just not actually so the textures are updating, it's just not, it's the render is not, we're using old data. So I would have thought that we should have we're not evicting the texture from the GPU, but I would have thought we would have called refresh content on it. Okay. So what we actually have to do is call refresh content on it to make it, but I want actually that to happen automatically without having to recall fresh content, like call fresh content. Move that off there for a second. So when I do this, that should call refresh content on the TGA file. So it should call destruct one. And it calls construct one. So it looks like destruct one on images. It's meant to call remove texture on the residency, so it is meant to actually remove it. Oh yeah. This is the wrong folder. Prefabs. It's this one that I want. So that calls a crash as well if I just delete them. Image is empty. If not image, it returned an empty image rather than null opt there. Need to work on that. So I'm just going to put a little note. I'm not going to work on that yet. I do want to do that. Bugs. When deleting images off the disk, the content cache returns an empty image instead of a null opt. Null opt. Null top. Null opt. Okay, so I just put this back to 0. When I make, hopefully, an easy to see case. So like there. Save that. Ooh, disappeared. I also need to move it. Man, I don't know if I really like that way. I have to move it. I have to move it for it to paint. So that actually created 4 different textures there. What I might do then is undo that, delete that, make the brush smaller. Yeah, you gotta move it. I can't just stamp it down. If I move it, it paints it. There, we've got one texture there. So if I do this, it made all those textures. So what's happening is, see that, if I undo, it's just not updating the texture on the GPU for some reason. Even though I think I am calling, I'm calling it to be evicted. Do this. And I do that. Put some back. So I'm calling for it to be evicted, I am sure. Maybe not. Oh no, shouldn't put the breakpoint in. So I wonder if this is happening before the write, maybe. So it feels like it's fast. So we write it. To file. Then we evict it. 0068. We make it again. 0068. Hey, Bossy. Ever thought about moving away from the OOP mindset for a bit? Trying out FP. Functional programming, you mean? I have done functional programming. It wasn't my bag. I learned Haskell. Yeah. Yeah, I have tried functional programming. And a long time ago. Didn't like it very much, unfortunately. Oh, 68. Oh, 68. 7774. I think to remove that one. So it looks like maybe that remove and then immediately that remove not necessarily worked. Can you still have objects with functional programming? Man, I can't remember. Yeah, I think so. Trying to do something different when I'm done with other things. Yeah, I mean, try and do some C. Try and do some full procedural programming things if you want to do something different. C now is very, very different to C++. So last time I did functional programming was nearly 20 years ago. I don't remember much about it other than I didn't enjoy it very much. Methods on structs. Functional programming. Oh, so when you say functional programming, you mean like functions, like C functions. When I say functional programming, I mean more it's a domain of programming languages called functional programming languages, which are more strictly mathematical programming languages. So do you mean procedural programming languages? Yeah. There are no classes in C. There are structs. There are no member functions. No inheritance, no operator overloading. No polymorphism. Other than what you build. You can build it all if you want to. But as the base language doesn't have any of those things. Yeah, the technique, yeah. Or you could learn some data-oriented programming instead of object-oriented programming as well. No, there's not in... So C changes like C++ changes as well, so maybe there is now in the modern versions of C, I'm not sure. There never used to be though. But it's been called for so much that maybe there is now. Yeah, so there's no operator, so you'd have to do like add int, add float, or add vec2, add vec2i. Should I at least the basics? Yeah. Stop allowing the overriding of the assignment operator. That would, yeah, I mean, that would force you to have functions that copied over every single field in a deep copy way, which would be a lot of extra work. You didn't have the assignment operator. You know, you need to kind of, if you're going along the C route, so the procedural route, you stop thinking about assignment operators in general and assigning objects to other objects, because that's an object-oriented programming kind of mindset. With C, it's all about memory, and it's not about assigning objects to other objects. It's about giving some structs ownership of memory and then passing it to other structs. It's a different mental model. So you don't assign as in copy this one to this one. You pass over memory ownership, basically. So you're not having namespaces. C doesn't have namespaces, I don't think. At least, it does change all the time. Maybe I don't think it does have it in. I aren't an expert in C, so it's really, and it does change all the time. I'm not an expert in C. I know C from like little bits and bobs here and there. There's a lot of passing in self in C. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Or you can use the internal linkage. So you can have globals top of the file. They're accessed just to that. They're accessed just from that C file, and they can be your members if you want to think about them as members. And the functions in the C file are the methods. So you think about it a little bit differently like that. And then you don't have to pass around this all the time, or self. But that is that is what you see in a lot of APIs, is where you have like a find an example. Not there though. STB does it a lot. This context object, and you're passing that in everywhere. which is a self object, I suppose. So that's usually like the first argument to a C function in a lot of APIs. Some of them don't have it. Some of them use a different technique. So you define them with, so static. So if you're in a C file and you do like static int x, this is just for this file, that's what it means. And you can use those as your members to all of the functions that you're going to define below if you want to. If you need to share data between functions, or you can pass the self thing around. The context is passed straight through as a pointer, yeah. Implicitly kind of makes a singleton, more or less. But only one instance can access it at a time. Well, yeah. Yeah. Depends like what you want in the thing to do. Because remember, there's no objects. So if it's just a procedure that changes data from one format to another, then you just basically have input and output, and then all the globals at the top will just change as it goes from input to output, and then you pass it through again, and all the globals will just get used as like cogs essentially. If you do need to hold state of like global state, you could do it a different way. You could put it in a header file or something like that. You know, you probably need to do a mix of both, I imagine. C is good from a programming, like the craft of programming point of view, because it stops you relying on like standard vector. There are a lot of programmers that just rely on STL, and they couldn't write it themselves. That's what I mean. If you want to learn really how it all works, C is good for that. And you can bring over what you learn in C to C++. So it's not just like magic, you know. Standard template library is not just magic anymore. Because none of it's magic. It is all written in code, using a lot of C techniques as well. Read file size. File contains a size. And to do a fetch, do something like fs read file size. Yeah, if you wanted to do it that way, the thing is, like, this is not, there's no standard string. So you'd have to think about how you really wanted to store a string as well. The API is probably going to be something like that. But you could do it the other way as well. See, this could be like const char strip, and you could have like int len, stru len. That'd be a bit safer than just passing in a pointer, you know. Const char if you want, and you want to leave, you know, that is obviously, you could literally pass it. You could pass a non-null terminated string there. So you could put the len in as well. Stru len, you'd have to put like length or something if you wanted to. But you don't have to do that. You could just put in the documentation that non-null terminated string is undefined behavior. But that'd cause a lot of bugs, you know. But either has wchar. Yeah, you could do both. You could do char or wchar. Because there's no templates, you'd have to do both if you wanted to support both. Whereas in C++, you'd probably just template the actual type of character and make it work on both. Yeah, no templates. Not anything really. Syntactically very small, but that means you need to do a lot more to get it up and running. What a lot of people do is they compile in C++ and write very C-like code, and then bits they like out of C++ they can just bring across as well. How does dynamic array that supports different types work? Don't really have dynamic arrays. Yeah, so what you would do is you would say I don't know, int array, right? And then you would go r equals push array. And then you would have something like your arena that you want to push into, some kind of memory allocation system, and then you would have the type, and then you would have 10 or something like that. And this would be a macro which hooked all this up together. That's usually how it works, because you can pass types into a macro in C. But the arena, you don't have to allocate it on the stack. You need to just pass some kind of thing where you would put that memory. You would use malloc under the hood. Well, you would use your arena. Your arena might use malloc under the hood if it needed to. But you wouldn't really... You could malloc everything if you wanted to. Most people would have memory allocation system on top of malloc or something. But if you didn't want to use an arena, you could do that. And then that would be like always use malloc. Arenas are like pre-allocate a lot of stuff, pre-allocate a megabyte, and then use it like a stack after that. The idea is you limit the amount of times you call malloc. So you'd be like, you'd make an arena. Arena like this. And then this might have in it like, oops, pointer, count, and the cap. So you malloc the cap into pointer, and then you increment count, and then this would look like so push array would be like say we're using an arena, for instance. It would be like arena pointer plus count plus plus size of int times count plus plus, and that'll give you your int pointer. I can't type today. But this is obviously, you'll have a number there, so it'd be like n times, what would it be? It'd be that, and then you would do count plus equals n times size of int, or something like that. Maybe something like that. You'd have a macro that does all this. See what I mean? It's a lot lower level. Wouldn't the pointer be so similar to a dynamic array? Yeah. It is a dynamic array. The dynamic bit would be you'd have to check when you got to cap and reallocate again. But that'd be like your R. Be something like that. We'd have a check here if it was dynamic to make sure that the pointer was big enough to store it. U8 plus size of int. So it's a pointer plus 4 times the count. The count's just the size in bytes of the buffer. Because you want, say you wanted 10, you'd need 40 bytes. So that'd be 4. So that'll give you the current. Oh no, yeah, you're right. It would be that. Sorry, that would be it, I think. So that's the top of the buffer, and then you just add 10 times the size of int to the count. That's what it would be. Or you could change, you could store it a different way, maybe. Like, I don't know, you could call it like p top and p end or something. It's up to you, really. Yeah, you'd need to write a little bit more to resize to reallocate the pointer. If you were going to go off the end, you would have to reallocate the pointer. So you'd times cap by 2, call realloc, and that give you the new space that you needed. But that's kind of like why C is good, because you do all this stuff. You learn about all this stuff. You don't even touch this type of stuff in modern day C++, really. Yeah, because this is, it could be anything as well. Like an arena is just a block of memory that you push onto. So it could be like, I don't know, float. You could do push array arena float 100. Like that. So you need to do a couple of things. You'd need to check you could push that amount on, but you would also have to align your pointer as well. So you'd have to do that. You know, your pointer needs to be aligned correctly. So there'd be a couple of things you needed to do. Dynamic situation. Yeah, it gives you a proper, like, this is happening in C++ as well. It's just it's happening in STL. They still do this. It's just wrapped up for you. Standard vector still does this. So you're learning a little bit more about C++ as well, you know. Trying to remove the stabilizer. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Like, try and write, like, try and re-implement. So don't compile in C, but compile in C++ and try and re-implement a dynamic. Like, I wouldn't say re-implement standard vector because it's really big, but you could re-implement parts of it. You could re-implement, like, the resizing bit. You know, it teaches about alignment. Like, the point has got to be aligned naturally to the thing you're wanting to push as well. So if that was like a struct, you have to make sure you align the pointer up to the alignment of the struct. Whatever that happens to be, probably 8 bytes. Aligned to an 8-byte barrier. Otherwise, you know, you get like bad performance issues. And maybe some crashes sometimes. You might get some crashes if you're not aligned properly. Yeah. I would recommend it, definitely. I'd recommend trying to do the basic containers in C. There's a thing called stretchy buffs. A stretchy buffer or something. Let's try and get. So Sean Barrett was the guy that, I think he's credited in inventing them. The STB guy. Stretchy buffer. It's not there. Stretchy buffer. It is deprecated though. Unless he's called it something else. But you should look at stretchy buffer. It's really good. So stb push. So that's a really nice API. So it's like int, and then it's sb push ints 2, and you just keep pushing onto it, and it'll just manage everything itself for you. Finished setting up the DirectX 12 stuff. Oh, great. Yeah, it's nice. He's a great programmer, Sean Barrett. Holding state on objects. The really clever thing about this is he is holding state as well, but he's obviously allocating more than you want. So he'll allocate into ints at the end his state that he needs as well, like the beginning and the end and the cap. The beginning, the count, and the cap will all still be there. So there is state, it's just kind of like hidden. It's like really clever. So we'll allocate like probably 8 integers plus some structure that he needs for his state. Yeah. Yeah, so that you can create arrays of any type using this. It probably has to be set to null to work though, I imagine. So he can tell that it's a new array. Yeah. So if you pass null in, he knows that there is no there's nothing. It's a brand new array, so we can do an allocation and get all of his state allocated and set up and stuff like that. Void pointer. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like this is the full API. Apart from there is comments there. That's interesting. He's got the same prototype, like the same function arguments there, but they do different things. Yeah, so you got pushing one on and just adding one onto the end. Adding a bunch of them onto the end. So that's like add 10 onto the end. And that's actually like a push underscore back. Yeah, that's right. Type is just your type, I think. He's saying like whatever type. So like this is like, you know, an algebraic X or whatever. whatever. It's just that your type. Int float. No, it wouldn't work with void, I don't think. How was that actually defined to accept any type? See, that's how it's clever. No. These are macros. These are macros. These aren't functions. So you can, you know, it doesn't have to determine the type. You use macros a lot more in C than you do in C++. I would say. Yeah, they would be pink on mine, but it's just because they're not there. Like, the code doesn't know about them. But yeah, macros are purpley colour. Yeah. The IDE doesn't know about them. Yeah. You know, you could, like, a good project for a first C project could be to implement stretchy buffs. That would be a good project. If C++ had a better macro system, macro syntax. Yeah, I don't really use it very much. Everything got common macros. Don't really have many. Like a wrap falls up. Use that quite a lot. That's quite nice. That is that can give you custom compilers just about if you don't implement something. Define some macro. Yeah, okay, yeah, like using the backslash thing. Yeah, that's not very good. That's inherited from C. But yeah, it would be nice. Like a lot of IDEs can actually make that nicer for you as well. It can detect you doing a macro. Do I know what C3 is? No, I don't know what that is. Okay. C3. Oh, it's a programming language. Yeah, it's very C++ like. So is that question mark like the C# question mark. Not sure. Yeah, I've seen defer, that's quite nice. Oh, you can attach methods to objects after they've created. Yeah. I think C# has that as well, doesn't it? That's really cool. And this defer. I have that in my code base, defer. Over in on scope exit it's called. To do that, same as defer. That's what the if that's what this defer is, I'm assuming what it is on scope exit. You've then got defer further tries and catches, which is quite cool. That's cool. That's a really good idea. See, I'd like something like this in C++. Well, I'd like I'd like a kind of a custom way to write your own compiler error messages in some way. I don't know how you do it. Yeah. Yeah, cool. That's their macro. Compile time reflection. Compile time execution, yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. Nice language. Where you attach methods in the struct method section. Yeah, cool. I do remember you can do this in C#, and I did use it, because you can actually put your methods on the end of their containers rather than override them. It's nice. Yeah. Still just data. Yeah. I imagine it's more for extending pre-existing classes or structs. That's why it's useful. Which you can't extend standard vector in the same way. You can only inherit from it. It's nice. Yeah, you got a custom to an int. Wonder how that would look if you could do like 2 print something. I like dot. Clever. Oops. Let's go back. I don't want to mess those breakpoints up. Oh well, I lost it now anyway. Still think it needs to be an L value. I wonder. I.print. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to go and make a cup of coffee. I'm going to have to. I tried to get this to work before we had coffee, but alas no. Having a bit of a slow day today. That's fine. And I was polymorphism without inheritance. Does it do that? I'm not sure if it does that. Polymorphism needs inheritance, I think. Oh, it needs associated classes somehow. Like you couldn't call a method on one type and have it execute on a method of another type, which is what polymorphism is. So I'll be the same type, won't it? Anyway, I need coffee. Be back in 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes. and get to the bottom of this bug. So what's going on? I'm just working on hot loading. Oh, we have a problem now. Working on hot loading these alpha masks. And get Notepad up. Hot loading these alpha masks, and they're just not being refreshed on the GPU for some reason when I hot load them. So I have to figure out what's going on there. But now I have another crash for some reason. Figure out what that is going on there. Got an assert fire in there. Image is empty. Mask path. Six, 7, 9. Maybe I can use rubber ducking. Oh, yeah. I'll probably just put some print statements in eventually. This crash is new though. So crash trying to load 679. This one. Not sure what that's all about. So 451 now it's called. It's on the disk. So we have this problem, I've written this down actually, where it's returning rather than a null opt, it's returning the empty image. Oh, hang on, I've got some. Turn that JMC thing. Let's just delete this again. Through all these options. A lot of stuff. So it's definitely there. It's right there. Content is empty. some reason. Install it. What do you do? The pretty colours printed here output window. Yeah, VS Color output 64. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Although sometimes I've had problems where it's just deleted the config file a couple of times from under my nose, and I've lost all my colours. All right. So it's finding the asset, it looks like. And for some reason they're all empty. Oh no, the option's empty. The content is also empty in all of them. So it might be this. Oh, I know what might be going on. This is saving. Even if it's empty content. Maybe. Yeah, there's a config file that you can just edit. Or I think in the properties in Visual Studio you can do it as well. I think I just edited the file actually. It's just like a JSON file. This is so strange. What is going on? Why is content empty? Like it shouldn't even actually be in the content cache at that point. Let's just rebuild it. Yeah, I'm surprised as well. You can do the font. Can't do kind of a. I think you might be able to do all of the colours, like one colour for everything, but not split it based on keyword or anything. There's a few things I'm quite surprised they don't do get next instant, like get next occurrence as well. So I could do. So this is both of them, both of data path selected. And then I can edit them both at the same time, you see. So one up there and one down there. That saves a lot of time when you get used to using that. I'm surprised that's not implemented. That's an extension that I use. Oh yeah, yeah. Don't need maximum hardness. Right, there's no alpha masks in there. Why is this returning empty? Oh, look, I've deleted the blooming. That's why. When I was doing that code earlier. Not actually making it. Okay, fine. Good. So now we just need to make sure that this texture is actually getting removed. Just get residency remove texture right. Should work. Well, it's used all over. This is what removes it from the GPU. Okay, so that should actually be a real image now, and it is good. And it's calling refresh content because it's just detecting that we've saved this. So texture ID 9925. So it adds it to stale textures. How does this work? Well, let's look at where stale textures is used. Release stale textures. I didn't release it. Oh, now it is. Okay. Let's put a breakpoint there. So there isn't a texture, there is. One there. One there. So if I do undo, it should release a texture, right? which it's not doing. So it's not releasing that texture for some reason. So we undo. The image is, I'm just going to make a copy of this. This is the image that we're actually undoing. So we're going to save that, which means we're going to do this. Is it the same ID? 901, right. So here, 901. State textures, there's 91 of them. Saying that there isn't, the texture isn't on the GPU. Confusingly. Oops. So we just need, okay, so we've only got 2. Okay, put 1 alpha mask there, and then we want to do kind of this. So we've got 2 alpha masks there. So it's definitely not getting released from the GPU, that's what I know. But the actual, it doesn't think it's resident, which I'm going to just now check that both these things are resident. So we've got 2 resident, should have 2 resident textures, right? This one. And this one. They're the 2 resident textures that I'm worried about anyway. And then I'm just going to go to GPU land and have a look at the state. No, not static. State. Which we don't have. We need to get the state from somewhere else. Here. Okay. And then you want state.textures. There's 85, unfortunately. So we want 466. there, 466 and 595, them two. So they're definitely resident. How long do you think it's been since you first messaged in here? What's today? Couple of hours, maybe? Ever? I'm not sure. Months and months. So there are two textures. They're resident. So when we undo, that's what I want to do. In the pipeline. Put a little breakpoint there. Them two textures, right? So when I undo, we're going to release 352, which is not a real texture. So we've actually released the wrong ID, so that's good. Right. So in the content then, look, we're using the mask ID. What is the mask ID? This music's outrageous. One more follower to 130. Oh yeah. It's coming along, isn't it? It's good. There we go. The mask ID needs to be the texture ID. I think. Can't actually. Well, can it? It can't be the texture ID. That's the problem. We're creating a texture with the mask ID, and that's what's going on the GPU. It actually has to be the image ID. Okay, that should fix it, in theory. Yeah, I mean, I've got 129 followers from 80 streams. That's alright, that. I think I'm happy with that. That's more than one a stream. I'm not really in it for followers, to be honest. I'm in it just to talk to people about coding. Okay, so there's a problem there with Z order as well, for some reason. But we'll get to that. Surprised you use U64 instead of size T for ID. Different based on different platform implementations. It's because it needs to be an 8-byte. It needs to be an 8-byte thing. It's shorter to type. And a lot of the routines for creating hash functions are like 32-bit, 64-bit. So I think it makes sense because IDs are often generated using hash functions. So you do like hash 64 to generate a 64-bit ID, or hash 32 to generate a 32-bit ID. So I just went with U64. It was mostly to do with Yeah, it was a combination of all those, I suppose. Probably mostly to do with it's easy to type. Okay, so does this work? If this works, it means I've earned the coffee that I'm already drinking. Ooh, so we have a thing. Oh, this is because that file is not in date. And I wanted a 64-bit ID because that means you can have 32 bits of ID if you want, and then 32 bits of things about that ID in the same number. So like for NPCs, you can have like the NPC type, like the enum type, so it's a dragon, and then you can have the instance as a 32-bit, and then they're union together to make the ID. So that's one of the reasons. And I didn't want to have 32-bit because that means you can only have, if you wanted to split them up 16 bytes each, you can only have 65,000 different instances. And maybe in some very complicated situations, like to do with particles or whatever, you might want more than that. Do I use IDs to get and set data? IDs are like what are shared across all the different systems. So if you wanted to give it NPC movement, you'd make a movement controller with the same ID as the NPC, essentially. Or if you wanted to give a tree movement, you would make a movement controller with the tree's ID. So that's how it works. And then you could just be like, get movement for this ID, and then that's the one for the tree or whatever. UUID. More of a UUID. You mean to actually ID classes? I have something called a hash code, which I have used, which does get used sometimes. So you can do hash code of int or something, and it gives back a 64-bit number, which is unique for int or anything. So I do have that kind of mechanism, which does get used. So sometimes if I wanted to serialize a type, and then when I want to load it up, I want to know what type it is. One of the ways to do that in the engine is to use the hash code. And I'd be like, oh yeah, this hash code means it's this type. So it does happen with like nodes. So I think. So I have this thing called a type hash. So you have a type hash. So when you want to create a node of a certain type, you pass in the hash code of the selector node, so of this type. And then the serialization system can use that code to know it's a selector node, even if it writes it to disk and stuff. Decal spec UUID. Didn't know you could decal spec it. That's interesting. But yeah, I know you can do the UUID stuff. Yeah. That's clever. That's probably how it actually works on the other side. When you pass UUID over everywhere, they probably decal spec it to get the type. That's probably how it works. It's clever. But it's the same. It's a similar thing, apart from I wouldn't be able to do decal spec on it. Yeah, it's really cool. I tend to just strongly type everything through templates, so DirectX has to do that because it needs to be compatible with C as well. So it can't template anything. But I would do... So if you were learning C and you wanted to do templates, there's a possible template implementation you could use in C using UUID of. Yeah, the UUID would need to keep a table of ID to type. It would need to do that. And then when you do UUID, it returns, it's just a hash table essentially. But it'd have to be some kind of compile time hash table. No discard an entire struct, yeah. Yeah, I did look at no discard, and I used it for a bit and then found it quite annoying. But you know, if you were in a team of programmers that needed to force, you need to force people to check these things because they don't know how they work, and then it is a good idea. Yeah, did you know you could use standard ignore to ignore the warning as well? So you could do say I had some function that returned no discard, you could just do like standard ignore equals some function, and then it won't raise the warning. Yeah. So you can get around it all if you just like can't be bothered. All right. Let's see then. We haven't getting a weird flickery stuff. There we go. Look at that. It's properly working now. We are getting flickers. What that's all about. It's only when I'm painting it down. They're in the wrong place. They're drawing the tiles in the wrong place for a frame. To declare member functions, don't raise an exception with no except. I have exceptions just turned off as a compile option, and then I don't use them, so I don't need to put no except because I'm never using them. And you would do that if you were in a library, you're writing a library for someone else to use, and they might want to use exceptions, but not in this case. Reason for no exceptions. I don't write code that throws in exceptions really. And it's actually seen as quite slow. I don't know if any game engines will, or at least any kernel parts of game engines will use exceptions. What happens if you use something that can throw an exception? It will be turned off. So if I'm using some STL that will throw an exception, it will it usually fires an assert instead. And what happens if it fails? You just handle the failures a different way to exceptions. There are several mechanisms in C++ for handling problems like that. Don't just have to use exceptions. Yeah, so the most recent one is standard expected. That API. Where you pass in what you expect an int, and then you pass in an error type. So like error code or something. And that's the thing that your function returns. So what you do is you go like auto x equals do thing. That's returning a standard expected, right? And then you'd say like if x.error to handle the error, else x is the thing. X is the thing that I expect. Yeah, no, that's standard expected, yeah. Auto val error. Yeah, it's much better. Like, I'm not really a fan of exceptions. They're okay in some situations. But what you find is programmers just wrap everything in exceptions. When in really they should just make sure that the things don't fail. You know, sometimes it's impossible because you've got like a hardware dependency. Like your hard drive might get yanked out when you're trying to read from it or something. And it would be very difficult to program what happened in that situation. So you could just throw an exception. But almost like 99% of the time you don't need them. As a reference. Oh yeah, clever, yeah. That's good. Yeah. I just decided, like, right from the very beginning that I was going to disable them entirely. So they are disabled, which means I'll get a compile error if anything tries to throw an exception. Even like external libraries. If it's on the file system. Ah, right, okay, cool. What I tend to do really is I'll just use standard optional a lot. And that's really good. And then you can just, if it succeeded, you can if on it, whether it worked or not. And then like, I often don't really care why it didn't work. If I cared why it didn't work, I would usually return some kind of error code. Or it worked. I don't think I use standard expected. I might do in some places. I have like, so for the, I know I do this in A star actually. I have A star result. And I have this thing called A star result. And you can just be like failed, succeeded, is valid, or you can get the result. So I have that type of thing. So you just return the result and then you could just check if the result has failed. And then you could be like, that returns the reason why it failed, if you know what I mean. Or the reason why it succeeded. So it's like it failed because the goal is in the collidable. Yeah. But I almost never need to do that, actually. Standard optionals, like, pretty much worked for everything. Like, or optref. I have an optref, which is standard optional of a reference. Which is in the new C++. It's in C++ 26 now, standard optional of a reference. I'll be able to get rid of my optref eventually when that's implemented. Okay, so we have a thing where when we're painting, it seems to be momentarily drawing. It's either where it's either drawing in the wrong position here, or the alpha is wrong. I think it might be the alpha is wrong. I think I remember seeing this. So we have this thing called a content painter. So I'm just going to, I don't think I need to do this. So I need to draw the brush bounds. Which means the brush bounds, we don't need them till here. Doesn't construct. What's the difference between standard optional and optref? You can't do standard optional of a reference type. They decided not to allow that because you could bind a right hand side reference, I think. So it's kind of deemed as unsafe, but they've decided that you could do that now. Doesn't construct the optional at the time of returning. Doesn't construct the optional at the time of returning the function. It's not standard optional ref. It's a standard optional ref, like that. That's what I mean. That's not allowed currently. Although it is from the new version of C++ it is. If you really wanted to do that, you'd have to do a reference wrapper of foo like that. If you wanted to do that. But now you can just do foo. You can't do that. So what I did is I made something called optref of foo, which is the same as standard optional reference wrapper. Because it's like the mechanism was designed, I think, to be a return type. Returning a reference is not a good idea in general, although sometimes you have to, because you could return like a right hand side if you wanted to. And I suppose they had a problem with how do you make this, because you'd have to have an uninitialized foo reference in standard optional somewhere, which is not allowed to have an uninitialized reference. So returning an opt ref. So so that's the reason. I think one of the reasons why they didn't put it in the standard. But it's incredibly useful. So I've added it in as well. So this get data returns opt ref. Essentially, it's the same, I suppose, as just returning a pointer to sprite window constant data, and it could be null pointer if it's isn't there, or if it is there, you just use it. But you have to be aware, like I don't return a pointer because it would be unclear the lifetime of the pointer. So I could return a weak pointer, which tells me, the coder, not to store it anywhere because it's weak, meaning that it could just get deleted. And this is the way of doing that with references for me. So when I see opt ref, I'm saying to myself, don't store this because it could go out of scope at any time. Just use it there. Pointer would be slightly more efficient. It's exactly the same efficiency wise. There's no difference in performance. It's just that this is the reference version of that, if you know what I mean. So I don't this doesn't have to be pointer. And the thing about pointers as well, like I was saying, is you don't know about ownership then. I don't know as the caller if I can store this pointer or not. So the other get around is to make it return. I have a class called a weak pointer, which means that you shouldn't store it. Or if it returns a strong pointer, it means you can store it. What it means then essentially is that you are taking ownership of deleting that pointer. How is it exactly the same? It has to construct an opt ref. Yeah, but constructing an opt ref is just assigning the pointer. It's just exactly the same code. It's exactly a compile to exactly the same thing. An opt ref is a pointer. That's all it is. It's just a pointer. It's literally the same. It'll be the same code. The same assembly code. The standard optional of a reference wrapper is just a pointer as well. And a bool, actually. It might. Yeah, the thing of standard off which the reference wrapper would be a pointer and a bool. This is just a pointer, so it's slightly smaller, so it's a little bit better than doing standard optional of a reference wrapper. Yeah, the compiler will just treat it as a pointer. There's nothing in it that is going to make the compiler do any work. It just is a pointer, yeah. A bit confused how it translates to the same compiled code. So if you're talking about a debug build, right? It probably won't do any of this in line. So it'll be a little bit slower. But in a release build, this will just get compiled away. And all this will be in line. That'll just be literally the same. The same here. So I just overload the arrow operator to return the pointer. So it's literally just exactly the same. The little check that the pointer exists. Same with the star. So there's no... The optimizer will just get rid of all that. You know, in debug it'll be a call for sure. It'll be slightly slower because it has to call to the function. The constructor won't even be there, yeah. Like, in a release build, it won't even be there. It'll just be assigning to a pointer. So I feel like so when is it it's happening? It's really strange that. Just for like one frame, it's like flickering. Then it's going into. It's like drawing it in the wrong place. So let's how would we do this? Clear it all to white. See if you can see it. If you had to print the constructor, it'd be compiled differently. Since then it's not the same and the constructor actually has to execute. In a release build, it'd probably skip the constructor and go straight to the print, I imagine. It really depends on how many times it's being called and stuff like that. The compiler might decide to put it in its own. It depends on a lot of things, but I would expect if it's just a print and then an assignment, the code would go to the print, the flow would go to the print, and then it would go to the assignment, and the constructor wouldn't be there. That's not actually doing the problem, is it? No, that's not actually doing anything. Maybe we actually want to draw the masks. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we will do... Actually, this needs to go here. We'll just do canvas or texture, in world, mask texture, position Z. Typically, stay in debug. Yeah, stay in debug as well. Keeps your code. It keeps your code. It allows you to spot silly performance problems as well. Keeps your code quick because if you're living in debug, then it's easy for it to slow down. So we have this thing called origin. I'm not really sure what origin is. We'll just do mask center. What's the problem here? Texture, position, origin, Z. Texture, position, origin, Z. Oh. That's just position actually. And debug builds are faster as well. They're faster to compile. So it's another reason. At least most of the time. Drawing it in the wrong place. I think it's just mask bounds.center position. That's what it is. Position C++. Oh yeah. Can do pointery stuff in C# as well. I've done that before. Which is quite good. Quite interesting. Did like some image drawing things in C# using just raw pointers, which is quite cool. Use CLI. No, you can actually, it's in the language. You can get pointers in the language. Pointers are in the language. Straight up C# pointers. Like allowed but not recommended. You can do it. You just have to put it in this unsafe thing. And then you can straight up do it. Unsafe, yeah. Then you can just straight up do pointers, yeah. Just use it's the same star as C. You might be able to, as an option, turn that off as well. Maybe. But you can do go low level if you want to. Didn't know about them. Yeah. You don't necessarily need them in something like that. Something like when you've got managed memory, C#. Like I say, I used it for image stuff because you can just point into pixels in the image, and draw things by manipulating the pointer. That's why I wanted to use it. I think something like, you can do like a set pixel, but it was too slow to do that on the images I was working at. Set pixel must like lock the memory of the image and do all sorts of stuff. So I just decided to get a pointer to the pixels and draw it myself. I wonder what is causing it. It's the actual image, really, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think I like to pull down to get it to work. I'm going to change that. So that all I have to do there. I mean, you got to create an instance. We're going to create an instance, not necessarily push in the undo redo. Standard ref, standard C ref when possible. Yeah. Cool. 1 sec. Sorry, just talking to someone. Yeah, I use standard address of to get the pointer quite a lot, rather than just use the ampersand, which is a similar. So what we want to do, we want to actually create the thing. So it's actually not this. It's not when it's just dragged, it's just down. Yeah. Oh yeah. You should get into the habit of using these things. It'll save you one day, probably. So when the mouse button just goes just down now, we're into that. See if that actually fixes the problem as well. I doubt it. It doesn't work either. Does that even get... Did that even get built? Because we're testing drag start there. Okay. So now it should immediately put it in. No, it doesn't either. What's going on? We need to get rid of this drag start thing. I think. So we do want to paint alpha. Default which brush you have selected. Yeah. The thing is, I find all this stuff very therapeutic, you know. I'm not really looking to solve it as fast as possible. It's good for my brain. It's like doing a puzzle. So that seems to be making it actually a little bit every single time now it's doing it. It could be like this is like pretty sketchy. We're saving it and then immediately loading it. That is pretty sketchy. To avoid too much tedious repetition. Yeah. Gone in circles, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I mean, in terms of smaller steps, I'm just trying to figure out what is going on first. So what's happening is it's saving an image, and then for a frame or two, all the alpha's in the wrong place, and then it eventually goes back to being in the right place, which is really strange because they're just data on disk, you know. It might be to do with that I'm like saving it and then immediately loading it, and that's not going to have time to really save, I don't think, properly. And then a few frames later it does get the proper thing out, you know, and that's why it works after a few frames. The maths is right. I know the maths is right. It's not to do with anything like that, I don't think. It looks more like a data issue to me. Yeah, I know, yeah, I was thinking about just sleeping it for a bit as well, or just returning here first and then try again after, and try again next frame, you know. Oops, except I don't want Yeah, that's fixed it. Just returning there. It must have been something to do with that. I know it's going in the wrong place, but that's because drawing the thing in the wrong place. Is that addressing the flickering? Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Obviously, like, the problem with that is that it's really reliant on the speed of the code. If I do a release build, it still might flicker. So I don't think it's really the perfect solution, if it is the solution. Like, it does flicker there. That's the frame it would usually be flickering at. That'd be drawing the wrong thing at, where it like goes on and off for a second, but it's not flickering as in drawing into the wrong place. Like, the way to really solve this is to keep the image here. You know what I mean? Rather than get it. Now that would solve it entirely. But the problem is that when do I save it then? When do I save it to disk? It was trying to load data that wasn't actually ready. So it was probably loading it so fast. So this will... Where am I? So making an image and then we're just writing it as a TGA. And then like microseconds later, we're reading it back off the disk again. And the thing is, like, it's up to the operating system what data it's going to give me then. It's probably going to try and give me whatever data is at that file location on disk, and it might not be fully written. You know, it needs to like do a flush or something. Like a sleep would probably be better here, because then you won't get that flicker at all. Or flushing the right. Flush file buffers. That might be the solution, to do flush file buffers. Can't you just wait till it's fully finished writing to disk? Yeah, so I could sleep and guess. So if I did like sleep, hold on, for like 100 milliseconds, and that probably would work. That's, you know, that's just a random number. I think the best thing to do is to flush the write, see if that fixes it. That'll give it time to write to disk, you know. Oh no, did it? Didn't do it. Maybe it's not right. The return was better than that. What I need to do is like flush. We need like a flush file, right? Wait 5 seconds. I don't know how this is going to affect the write though. Whether if it is all completely asynchronous. It's not waking back up again. Oh, it's because I'm dragging it. It's waiting 5 seconds every time I drag the mouse. I think it is still flashing, isn't it? Or what we do is we keep the image around and so we're doing a write there as well. Maybe keep the image around. No, I think that probably the best solution is to keep the image around. Because we are doing a write here. So we could, let's just try it anyway. So we do like, how would we do this? Well, we could potentially do. We have to do a content cache too. I've written this write thing now. Save content. Let's try that first. And that means we don't, I think, need that anymore. Okay, yeah, I'm here until about 5:30. So yeah, maybe see you around. I'm still sleeping. Hang on. Let's turn that off. I think what we need to do is keep the image around, so we need a separate function. So it'd be like so this needs to take the image. If right image, save to file. Do that, I think. To be fair, we can just say if is dirty. Write it there. Don't even need this to return a boolean. We can just say if image, right? Actually, that can just be like that. Come on, what did I do there? Where's all the formatting gone wrong? Okay, so we need the actual path we want to write to as well. That keeps the image around. So let's see what that looks like. There we go. We've still got some images. Actually, ooh, thought we still had some images in the save file, but we don't. Don't think. No. Definitely thinks it does though. Definitely thinks there's two, one there and one there. It's not loading properly. Okay, what I'm going to do is start again with that. It's got rid of the flicker though. Weird, we do have these black areas. So there's no image there. .2210.tga. .2210.tga. Let's have a look. No, there isn't an image there. It's made an image and not saved it. That's what's happened there. Right. Suppose if nothing gets painted there, it won't ever write it. Do need to do that. Just do file. So it's automatically dirty if the file doesn't exist. Try that. No layer selected. Awesome, there we go. It's a little bit flickery. Got this thing as well, where it's swelling. Ooh, we need to sort that out. If we hold it on, it just puts more and more alpha into the mask. So that is like, we need to detect if the mouse is moving as well. That must be what I had this thing the other day where I was like, where is it? Whoever calls this. And content. Where I was like, what is this thing? This must be the thing which stops it swelling. Right, that's good. You can put that in anyway then. So what we want is two of these windows really. We want content paint, not that, content painter. Wherever we're gonna, so we're gonna call paint alpha here. So what we really need to know is this somewhere. This D value think is the left drag vector times pixels per world unit. So make it in pixel space. No, divided by pixels per world unit. So if the left button is just down or D is greater than or equal to that, we do this stuff. And that's the abs. We don't have pixels per world unit. Oh, that's just length actually. We don't need the abs. Getting mixed up there. Let's see what that looks like. Let's save it right here. Ooh, it's going out. It's okay as soon as I move it. So I think the radius is in world space. Get world space drag vector. We already have that in the canvas actually. Let's just check where we were doing that before. So what's this doing? Stamp is recording the cursor position in the world, and we're just getting the distance to the mouse position in world, which is just the world space drag vector. And then we're just doing that lerp there. So it's the same calculation. It's definitely flooding it. Oh, we're resetting the stamp P. Okay, so it's not exactly the same. Right. So that's basically like every time you get greater than that value, we stamp a new one on. That's how that's actually working. Okay. So we do need stamp V. Alt stamp or whatever. Window, mouse, well, canvas, mouse position. What is it? Not left mouse. What is it? Get cursor position in world. Else, if window dot mouse button down. I'll look again. If the left button is not down, we reset it. And then it's equal to the stamp, distance, canvas, get cursor position in world. Sorted issue, yeah, I think so. Kind of. Now I'm doing a different thing now. So the idea is, so if you hold the mouse button down, it just floods the area with like paint, essentially. I'll show you. I don't really want to do that. Not by default, anyway. So, if not stamp, return. Stamp is like putting the mouse button down. There's a problem here. That's standard optional. Redefinition somewhere there. So if I get rid of this, you'll see it like flooding the... It happens quite quick. It like floods the area around the brush. So if I turn like the softness down, then I hold my mouse button down, see it floods it. It's like flooding the... And that's what I want to avoid. Like I'm moving it, but if I move the mouse, it immediately like floods. So it's like leaks out as if it's been soaked up on paper or something. So the idea is that you only make a stamp. You do 8 stamps per brush radius. So when you move the brush along, it does 8 different stamps based on the hardness. Per radius. Let's see how that looks. I think it's a similar way to how like Photoshop does it. So you can see it's like stamping, 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 rather than be a smooth, continuous flow. If I slow my mouse down, right down, you can see it stamp, 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 and it stops it like flooding. And you can see that, yeah, that flicker is almost gone. It does flicker a bit. Flickers went 1 frame. So if you slow a Photoshop down, brush down, I think that does it the same thing. It's okay if you're drawing quickly, you can't really see it. Yeah, it's okay. It's better. Obviously, the engine's had this in for a while, but this is kind of a little bit better because it's using the content cache, meaning anything else that needs to reference these alpha masks uses the exact same data, including the hot loader. So if the hot loader wants to come along and reload it, like I might take an alpha mask into Photoshop, touch it up in Photoshop, and that'll all get hot loaded automatically. That's kind of the goal. For this new paint thing. Like what I might want to do is like, I don't know, take the alpha masks into Photoshop and then draw a new layer on top. That will be lit, and then the engine will be able to generate lighting. I don't know, there's loads of things you could do. The point is to kind of get it to work with the content cache. Before, what would happen is the actual alpha masks would be stored as data in the sprite windows as images. So obviously if you wanted to copy sprite windows, it would have to copy entire images over and stuff like that, whereas this time it just stores a path to file on disk. If you flick if you flick it quickly, there will be gaps for sure. I don't do any kind of, cause it's not meant to be like a paint drawing program really. It's just meant for me to be able to draw like shadows in there or ground. So if I flick it like that, because of that stamping, it'll do that. I can do this and then like select another one. Z-buys up a bit. And draw that on top of there. I can have hard ones, you know. And, you know, draw grass on top of that one. But you could, you know, you can imagine this would be like a shadow sprite as well. Or it could be like tracks, you know, like cart tracks. See, or like roughness or something in the ground. So this could be, say, like even like some kind of reflection map. So I could like draw like carts, tracks. I mean, it's a sci-fi game, so there probably won't be any horse and cart. But I could draw cart tracks, and then because they've got like reflection in them, you could get that to reflect the skybox and stuff, and it'd look quite nice. I think without the stamp thing, so if I turn this off, it might be, it might draw smoothly, I'm not sure. No, it's still gaps if I like really. That's probably to do with the frame rate drops quite a lot there. 24, 23. That's because we're doing all this loading and saving from disk. So this is a fairly easy calculation. So I'll probably move this in there like that. Obviously the old one, you see, we didn't have to do any loading from disk or anything because it wasn't using the content cache. So the frame rate's at 60, it goes down to 30, 27, 24. I can hold down shift and delete them. So the way to kind of, I think, sort this frame rate out is to cache out the image from the content cache that we're working on. Might be worth writing to the disk asynchronously. Well, the renderer needs to immediately know the result. That's the problem. It goes to disk and then the renderer loads from disk the result to render it, which is very slow. you know, it's literally like when I've got the mouse button down painting, it's rendering it off the disk, off the hard drive. That's why it's slow. Like the way to make it faster would be to cache out the image, get the image once, you know, work on the image while the mouse button is down, and then when the mouse button is released, then save the brush to disk. But that means coming up with a mechanism so that would mean storing the image in the instance here, or storing the image in the mask itself, which I could do. I could do that. If the image is there, so I could make it optional. If the image is there, then render with that image. Otherwise, get it from the content cache, you know. Yeah. So I might try that. And I need to come up with a way to automatically delete all of these alpha masks as well. Because right now they don't, they just stay on disk forever. But we'll get to that. So I could do like standard optional. So this is not serialized, right? Image. This. Image. And then when we're drawing it, we could say if not mask image, you get it like that. So I'd have ref image like that. Be there probably. So to be equals mask image value or ref image. So if we don't have the image is that. It's probably that. So it's the mask image value or the content cache image. We'll just do that. If we don't have it, we do that. Else we draw with it. This is the thing, optional of an RL value reference. You can't do it. So if mask.image image equals mask image. Else, like that. Okay. Now I just need to set that image. When the mouse is down, what's it? It's in Paint Alpha, isn't it? Pretty sure Paint Alpha only comes in when the mouse is down. You want to say that we need to know the image. So we do Paint Alpha. This is we need to basically set the image when the mouse goes down and unset the image when the mouse comes up in this mask. So this has probably got to return the mask. I would say. If that returns the mask, it's working on. Like that. if we have the mask, then we need to do mask in the image. Trying to think about how to do this bug free, really. Maybe we don't return the actual. I mean, we could just. So the mask image is the image, which we don't know about yet. Okay, so this is gonna this is actually the whole have to go sprite window alpha mask. And this will have to be mask path.file. And then oh no, actually could just do it here, couldn't we? Because so we could say like no. Yeah, I'll go. Oh. Mask, pull that back, sorry. Mask path file. And what we're going to do is we're going to go mask.image is equal to the image like that. So we'll copy the image over. If it's dirty. That's a lot of memory copying, but it is better than reading off the hard drive all the time. And then that's in Paint Alpha, right? So in the Content Painter, where is it? here. We just want to say if the left window is not down, the left mouse button is not down, we've got to go through all of the content data. So for auto mask data masks, do mask image reset like that. Let's see what happens there then. So that's just keeping a copy of the image in memory. See if that helps the frame rate. No layer selected. So it's still ducking. So I think what we need to do is not do the saving there. Basically, as soon as we release the left mouse button, it will save them all. So that's kind of a little bit spaghetti code. Might have to neaten that up a bit. That's probably because it's only doing it if it's dirty. Let's try that. See how fast or slow that is. Now it's not drawing it. It is drawing the masks, it's just not rendering it. I believe. Let's do that again. So it should save them all to disk when I'll release my finger off the mouse. Or not. That's generally the way I want to go though. Oh look, they did appear. Oh no, that's probably... That'd take a while. Did that work or did that not work? It's confusing. And that does have to happen at the end. Actually, I'm wondering if we could just... So we could still use the content cache. And just save them all. So this would be write file like this. We do write it once. And the second time we just do masks index image is img. No, we don't even need to do that. We don't even just start the image if we do this. We just need to store that it's dirty. that we'll do mask is dirty is true. And then we want to just do, we just want to set it, because we're actually saving it there. It's not dirty anymore. But here it might be dirty. And then the rest of the time, where are we? I have to say, if mask is dirty, content cache 2 dot save content mask dot path dot file, and then we do mask dot is dirty is false. Like that. And then just when we're drawing them, we do just need to use the content cache there all the time. Get rid of that now. So we just essentially save them when the mouse is released. Okay. Let's see how that works. We'll get a cup of coffee again. Yeah, we'll see, yeah. I think we might still get a flicker now because we're going to save and load. What we need is to be able to like place something into the content cache rather than right now it just loads stuff from the disk. If you can place something in there, that will solve that flickering, but we'll get on to that. So right now it's like write it and then it's gonna have to reload it again, not here anymore, but it'll get reloaded next time it draws it. But then after that it will just load the one that's in the cache all the time because we're not saving to disk anymore. And when we release the mouse button, all the dirty ones get saved to disk. So it does happen in two different places in the code. That's the problem. Don't really like that. Probably eventually change that. So it drew a load of nothingness, really. Like, I think what we do need to do is place something in the cache. Maybe. Like, I am writing this to the file and then it's coming along and it's not necessarily picking it up again. I'm not sure. Let's actually put a breakpoint as well. In the bit where we're saving, wherever that is. Here. See, I don't know if this is going to be good either. We'll see. Because the thing is, you might drag. This is relying on releasing the mouse button, but only releasing the mouse button over this canvas, which isn't that good. Because you've got duplication there. So it didn't even call this. I don't think we can even do this here anyway. It's going to be something like this though. Not sure. Right, let's go back. What did we change? Ooh, got a lot of stuff actually. We can't go back. Hi, how's it going? Been suffering today. Yeah, I've had quite a slow day. Actually, hope you're alright. Very frustrating. Yeah. Want to keep making visual progress. Yeah, I'm at a point where I'm not making progress really. I'm just trying to neaten up things that that work but not that well. I hope you're alright though. See, what would be nice is to do CC place or something. Image. and then we pass in the image. We do something like we don't need to do that really, because it would be an asset class. And then you pass in the path. And you move the image. And that'll return the actual image. Place something in. So you could actually just be constructor arguments. To be like cc create. And that would associate with the thing is that's like it's not really that good. You'd have to like save that image to disk as well, which could be fine. And then you do that. Should be able to detect if else chains. Invert the block if the brackets become empty. Oh yeah, nice one. You are making some progress then, that's pretty good. So it'd be like, we could do find or create. Then we need to know if it was found or created, because we want to do the clear. See, that would be nice. We create an image in the content cache. That would have to save it to disk. Create content. Image. Something like that. And then we still have to worry about the saving it all the time. And then we could just say, for now we could just say, if masks index is dirty, content cache, save content masks index file. Could do something like that. So we just need to create content. really? Nice one. Oh, I'm tired. Okay, content cache then. Let's try and get this written. So template is asset type. Asset type. So we need to do basically, we probably need to pass an asset option storage really. We won't put options in for now. And then we just want class structure max. Other way around though. And that is opt_ref set type, create content, path, and then structure args. Oh man. So this has to be in the header if you're going to do that. Oh yeah. Nice, nice. Now I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to say place content. And we're just going to actually pass in content like that. Like that. And then we can do options as well if we want to. Yeah. Okay. So this is do this, and then we're just going to do place content. Image path, and that's going to give you the new image. Turn back a reference to the new image. Like that. Okay. It's similar to get content. But not quite. So this is editor assets, get place content, type wrapper, path. Oh, we have something. Oh no, there it is. So get content. Let's copy this for now. So this needs to be place asset. So if we find the asset, I think we need a place asset here as well. Ooh, okay. So I actually need to actually pass in the content. There. This is actually the content wrapper. Bird, hey, how's it going? Working on a content cache, so load stuff off the disk, manage hot loading with it all, making sure there's only one asset, one of each in memory, stuff like that really. And then that's kind of nearly there. And I'm just making the editor work with all that basically. And then the goal is to make it easy to add new types of content. So if I want to add like a different image format, you just have to like add something into a list, and then the content cache just knows how to work with all that stuff, do all the hot loading and everything. But yeah, it's going all right. It's nearly there. So now I'm doing placing content into the cache. So right now, you can just load stuff off disk. So you could like ask for a file path, and it would load it off the disk, put it in the cache. But now I'm going to like place it, so you could create something, place it into the cache, and it will save it to disk and add it into the cache at the same time. For each type. Oh, here. Yeah. This is to go through a tuple. There are two of them, so you can do for each type on a constructed tuple, or you could do something like for each type on a non-constructed tuple. Set types like that, so you don't have to actually construct the tuple. But yeah, it's pretty good. I use it all the time actually. So containers is a decal type of make asset containers for asset types. Or asset types are like all these, the first elements in these things, and then I make containers for every single asset type in that list using this kind of decal type thing. Store it in containers, and then I can go through each container, and a container holds editor asset containers, which is like a memory pool, so you can allocate assets out of a pool, and then an array of assets, and then the description of each asset. So the description does like, how do you make one, how do you destroy one, how do you hot load one, all that stuff. It's a bit abstract, but the goal is to kind of like, whenever I have a new asset type, I just put it in this list here, and it's like, this is the asset type and this is the file extension, or there could be multiple file extensions associated with that asset type, and then you can just use the content cache on that asset type. And then hot loading and stuff and everything should be automatic. Looks clean. Yeah, cool. Use the L literal. It's okay, no problem. Yeah, I just use wide strings for everything, almost everything. Really. Just means, you know, in the future, because these are like asset extensions. In theory, you could have an asset extension that was Unicode. It was like, I don't know, a bunch of Chinese characters or a bunch of emojis or something. In theory. Not that probably will never happen, but it could. You never know. I don't want to limit myself. So yeah, I'm working on this place content. So you like pass an asset type and a path and some options. And then it goes through, tries to place content in each container. And if it can, so this is where I'm currently at, right? So rather than doing construct one, I need to just basically do a copy, you know. Okay. U8 literal. Yeah. Do you mean when you say literal, you mean like this or whatever? U8 even works. Or do you just mean like a U8 like that? So this really, so we're going to go, if we can construct one, we need to know the content ID. So actually place asset needs a content ID as well. U8 string, oh I see, yeah, like the pre, yeah. I see what you mean. Ah, cool. Don't think I knew that. I do use literals for things. I have like I do it the other way around, or kind of the other way around. I have that, which is like a compile time hash string to U64, and then I have that, which uses the localization system to, so if the language was set to like Spanish in the game, it'd be like, it'd return the Spanish, like hola. Yeah. Okay, so the place asset for everything, we need to do content ID, whoops, content ID path. Place content ID. I've swapped to calling it place asset there. I've got asset there actually. Okay, so this is, we need to know, we need to get the type out of this. So we should be able to do that on, so we do new equals type wrapper unwrap type, and the content ID is ID So that's just ID. So this will just copy it into the pool. We kind of want to find it first. If it has this ID. So we're just going to go auto index equals assets find first. Well, where I've got content ID is equal to ID. We want to do this really. So it could actually return multiple assets. It's got the same content ID. We want to probably do this. And we're going to say if view.empty else we got to go through the view. And then we've got to go asset dot content ID, and we know that asset dot content I think it's just this asset content is equal to that. So this could actually return a bunch of assets in theory. Rather than one. I know we do have options, look. Let's go to options. So I think we have to do this actually. This has to be content ID. Say arg.get ID is equal to ID. And this is actually find first test. If not view, replace it, else view.content is that, result is view. Result is the view. Okay, so on all of the place, so this is content ID. This is content ID. This is so I'm going to say masks index ID. Okay. I have to go in 5 minutes. Trying to see if we can get what's going on here. Wrong place. See if we can get this compiling before I go. Okay, so that's to be asset content really, for this to work. Okay. We have 2 place assets. copied that twice. This is content wrapper. So standard optional asset content. That's what it is. Let's just go back. If content return content is that. What is asset content? Assets. Editor asset. Content. Weak pointer. Okay, so we can't copy any editors over. So we have to check if it's an editor. Is editor type. If it's an editor type, we can't do it. can only be things that, like, you can't copy entire editors across, but you can copy images. Okay, there we go. Right, I'm gonna have to head off. I'll be back next Tuesday, and I'll be full time from then. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, see you guys next week.